I'm losing my marbles. Hey everybody! How is everybody doing? We are here for another art stream. It is weird not coming by for another one of my usual Tuesday or Thursday streams, but I will admit the break has been really helpful. Hi everybody! I see a Maddie in chat, I see Ink Legendary, I see Thomas Tampbrock, I see Manny and Maddie. And flooding away today. Hi! Hi Extreme! Just ones and zeros. Hope you're doing good. We are losing our marbles. We have been so rushed. Also, hi Butter! I'm genuinely losing my marbles, that's right. We have been so busy. And like we're actually gonna be like starting on like a last project that we were working on like literally 10 minutes before stream starting. We're gonna be finishing that, so that's finally off our plates, and then we'll be moving on to stream proper. Lurking, doing stuff with Vivid Stasis. We wanted to play Vivid Stasis more, but like, it's so weird. It feels like the only time we're gonna be able to like get more time to play is if we specifically stream it more, but there's not much more to stream, like story-wise. So it's like it would just be us pulling up like it would just be us pulling up heckin' the game and just practicing a bunch. We definitely got a D rust as well. It's like, oh my gosh. ADHD has not been playing well this last month, and we are soldiering through it. By golly, we're trying our best. I hope everybody else has been doing fantastic. That you're overcoming whatever challenges you need to go, overcome. So, the plan for today is we have a commission. It's the same commission we've been working on the past couple times we've done this. That we just need to put some finishing touches on. We just need to do some little last details, and then we'll be good. We'll be awesome. Wait, does Discord no longer count as... Ooh, they must have updated that. Like doing sound scan or course mode stuff is the main thing left in PS? Yeah, and that feels like kind of, repetitive. Apologies for something I said before. Didn't know what translating meant. Oh! No, that's fine. I appreciate the apology, and it is accepted. Thank you so much, Ink Legendary. It's one of those things where we encounter so often people making, statements like that in a clearly, antagonistic way. Regrettably, we're used to that. That is what happens more often. So, I am very, very glad to see, that it was just a misunderstanding. Absolutely. No, I appreciate that so much. Yes, we are a trans woman, and we're about 4 years into our transition. So yeah, it's something that we're working on. It is a lot of work constantly, but we're making do. All right, anyway, so yeah, we're gonna finish the commission that we're working on. I had to literally just do some airbrushing. And then we're going to be delivering it to the client. And then we'll be doing the stream proper where I take requests and do a little drawing exercise and whatnot. It's going to be weird doing a drawing exercise after finishing a main piece, but so it goes. Took a big break today? No, you absolutely deserve to, Maddie. This goes for anyone. If this needs to be a low spoons, rest and just say, watch a stream or a movie or whatever day, absolutely take it. You gotta refill your battery for the next bit of work. Wow! I sure hope there's no complications in finishing this commission. Butter, it sounds like you're trying to manifest complications. And your classic, antics of, trying to be a little a little troll in what we're doing is perhaps dangerous. More of a quarry. Yeah, that's fine. A lot of folks just don't know any trans people in their lives. Either trans women or trans men or trans, like, non-binary folks. So, like, that's fine. When isn't Butter Eye trying to manifest complications? Right? Right? I feel like it's just a Butter Eye staple at this point. Hey, hi, Sarsar. It's nice to see you again. I wish we could have streamed yesterday, but spoon supply was incredibly low. I am very, very happy to see everyone here today, though. Sure hope Krita doesn't catch... Butter? Butter? You're on. You're running out of rope here. I sure hope nobody drinks a Monster right before bed. Yeah, why don't you think about that, Butter? I'd say Butter evil arc, but it's just always a thing. Yeah, it's cute. Alrighty, without further ado though, let's get swapped to this screen. There we go. And apparently I need to redo the screen source. Screen capture. There we go. Alright, so we're just about done. I just need to do some airbrushing and sign it. Can I work on my art today alongside with you? That is wonderful to hear. Like, one thing that we want is we want our streams to encourage people to do more art. And if that's doing it for y'all, if the doubling effect helps people like start on art, if watching what we do inspires you to use certain tricks, then like we consider that a huge win. If more people are making things. Aw, thank you. Yeah, we're just about done. I just got done putting in the highlights and the color dodge rim lighting thing we like to do. This is the Hammerhead Shonk Girl. So the ribbons are so ribbony. There's so much ribbon to these ribbons. This is why we're losing our marbles. So we invite you to come lose your marbles with us. Without further ado, though, let's go ahead and get swapped to the art music. Here we go. There we go. I'll be working on rhythm game alongside the stream. The doubling effect goes crazy. The doubling effect does go crazy. Absolutely. Looks amazingly wonderful. Aw, thank you so much. That is incredibly kind. A very cute person must make the art. No, impossible. Am not. Wham. You can tell we're losing our marbles. Just a little bit. But yeah, this piece has been going on for about a month. It has been an ADHD trap. So we're gonna get this finally off of our to-do list and be able to relax a little more. I'm playing a tower defense game because art fight drained the art out of me. Makes me want to draw too. I wish we could have participated in art fight. We wanted to participate in art fight. But, like, we ended up needing to do so many other things, so we actually arted a lot less in July than we wanted to. Yeah, I need to turn this down a little bit. There we go. I faced that too. My painting has been stuck for months. Yeah. ADHD is a heckin'... ADHD is hard. I'm procrastinating my schoolwork via arting right now. Oh. If you need to use the doubling effect to get some schoolwork done, you could possibly do some schoolwork and then, like, reward yourself with being able to art. Who knows? Whatever works. Alright. We have a new layer here. I just gotta do some finishing touches. It's literally gonna be just, literally just brushing up things a little bit. Ooh, if we do like a deep purple burn. Let's try a burn layer. There we go. I want to keep the color dodge layer above. There we go. Hiya, Rain! Welcome back to stream. It's wonderful to see you, as always. Schoolwork is hard for us as we can't do anything unless we really want to do it. Hey, that's ADHD. It's problems with focus and like, fucking motivation. Even for, like, the thing about that people don't understand about ADHD a lot of times, if they don't have it, is oftentimes you struggle to do things that you want to do, right? You want to get things done, and yet it's hard. Yesterday, while arting, I made a discovery that made finishing my Flandre versus Soho art so much easier, as well as make every other art 10 times easier. Hey, no. That's like getting better, like, right, Maddie? That's like, you learn the process. It's so good. We play new puzzle game and watch art? Heck yeah. Are allegedly cute. Only allegedly. Conditionally. There are conditions that must be met before I admit I'm cute. I developed a little ADHD too. Eventually I didn't have that before, but it developed from a trauma I faced. Interesting. I haven't heard someone develop ADHD. Usually it's more a genetic thing. And to be clear, ADHD isn't necessarily bad, it's a different way of the mind working. There are certain things that ADHD folks are much better at than most. Our mother doesn't understand that our ADHD stops us from doing basic things, right? Right? Like, again, we wanted to do art. We wanted to do art so bad. But, it's one of those things, even the things that we want to do, sometimes ADHD, like, gets in the way of that. Fulfills condition by leaving Rosa here too. Oh, darling. Oh. But yeah, no, I haven't heard of someone developing ADHD before. Well, yeah, not ADHD, but maybe PTSD. Well, in ADHD, you tend to lose focus and forget some stuff. I face similar, but it's not ADHD. It sounds more like yeah, maybe PTSD. Very entertaining watching literally anything. Yeah. No. Oh my god. Our mother majored in psychology on top of it. Oh my gosh. Let's see. I've not been able to work on my art in over a week now. I'm hoping to do some later today after I watch you a bit. Hey, if the doubling helps, like, Rain, absolutely. Again, we would consider that a win. I certainly hope that it helped, like, having us there, like, alongside you, watching the stream and whatnot, helps with that. If it can do that, then, like, heck yeah, that's awesome. Dragon Girl? Hi, Dark Raven! It's nice to see you again. Oh my gosh. We're getting so many frabs coming in. Okay. I think we want to go even darker with some parts of it. There we go. Really want that really, like, dramatic lighting and the high contrast. You'll be resting and listening? A bit under the weather at the moment? Let's see, you artist? Absolutely not. I'm glad to see you're doing okay. And absolutely, take whatever rest you need, Audio Claire. Does Miss Lian like puzzle? If so, what kind? I'm gonna guess that's what she meant. We did play Baba Is You a while ago on stream. I do enjoy puzzle games. Sometimes I get a little stuck, but that's okay. We do enjoy our puzzle games. We are the type to play a lot of Sudoku. We definitely enjoy that. And we've done a little bit of P-Cross. There was like one website that was posted a while back where people were trying to solve like every variant of a 5x5 P-Cross that there was. Yeah. Well, how's been your condition thought of ADHD? I hope you're improving over that condition. It's not so much that you improve it. There's not really any getting rid of ADHD. Not really. There's a medication you can take to help with, like, focus. But, like, the bigger part of ADHD is learning how to work around it, right? You set things up in such a way that you don't have to remember stuff, right? You set things up in such a way that it lowers the decision, load. Because, like, making decisions takes energy. It takes spoons. And so, like, yeah, you have to, like, do whatever you can to, like, lower that burden on yourself. Things like, if you really want to read more, but you keep scrolling on your phone in bed, you place a book face down, like, open to whatever page you're on the bed, so that it makes the decision to read, instead of scrolling your phone and going to sleep, easy, you know? If you can make decisions easier, then it helps a lot. Lowers that burden. Because the hardest part with ADHD is starting things. There's such an incredible inertia with, like, starting tasks. He's good at finding words out of a set of letters? Aw! Let's see. I've been getting a lot better at shading, although I do have yet to figure out how to do the gradual shading thing. For us, that's like the part we're doing now where we're doing, like, the airbrushing. Let's see. The Baba Thumbnail Streams is how I found you? Aw! That's funny, because if I remember right, I think we still used the, In Stars in Time art for the Baba's Youth, like, thumbnails. Cute advice? No! If you like puzzles and Sudoku, do you also like chess, perhaps? We probably could, but, we haven't practiced, like, chess much. Alright, so... I just gotta scribble something on here so I can figure out what blend mode I want to use. Color is good. I think we're gonna do an overlay. Okay. Overlay. I want some kind of complementary color. Very, very light purple. There we go. Yeah, no, chess is something that, like, we haven't really practiced much, but I feel like we would do pretty decently at if we, took it up. I guess we just haven't really, like, delved into it much. Let's see. Not sure if I have ADHD, but I do have that thing where getting me to start is a nightmare, but as soon as I get into it, you need to pry me away with the crowbar. That is definitely an ADHD thing, Maddie. Or at least folks who have ADHD do that a lot. That is what we refer to as hyper-focus. Getting started is so hard, and yet, once you get started, you are in the zone. You are ready to go. Oh, wait. That would be why it's going weird. Let's see. Maybe we should play chess together in later streams, what do you think? Finding time is the hard part for me right now. But, like, well, we could see. Okay, so I accidentally hit the wrong layer selected. There we go. Yeah, the funniest thing about this is we're probably gonna get, we're gonna submit this commission to the person who ordered it, and as soon as we put it in, we're probably gonna get another one immediately, because that's what they've been doing for a while. Let's see. Chat is really going by. Let's see. Which makes it super annoying when I get dragged away to babysit puppies for the 11th time this week. It really sounds like, Maddie, that, like, someone wanted the joy of having puppies, but didn't want to do the work for it. And so you get voluntold for it all the time. I don't know if that sounds right to you, but, like, that's kind of what we're seeing out of that situation. And we're sorry that you have to deal with that. Let's see. Challenge you to a chess battle. Loser has to admit they're cute. Oh no. But we're definitely training for that one if that's the case. Let's see. I definitely have to deal with a lot of executive dysfunction, but I think my specific symptoms align more with depression than ADHD. Yeah, we experienced depression in a major way once, but we haven't really had to deal with it that much besides that. More of our consistent problems are definitely with ADHD rather than depression. I do hope that you find your solutions, though. Personally, I find that starting is relatively easy, but continuing is really hard. It's the opposite of what we experience. That's interesting. Let's see. Rock moment? Did I appear for a moment? ADHD is such an annoying disorder to have, to be honest. It really is. Especially with the way the world works nowadays. The heckin' 9 to 5, like, schedule thing and, like, the way normal jobs work, it really wasn't made with, like, ADHD in mind. You know? It really doesn't work well. But, like, once you find your groove, it becomes a lot easier. For sure. Let's see. I don't have much to say because I have the opposite issue, if anything. I have been trying to do less stuff because I overdo everything. Yeah, no, specifically it's, like, from what you've expressed before, Rain, it sounds like you deal with something else, which also leads to, like, a lot of burnout. It sounds like BPT, but I'm not sure. I don't want to speak for you there. Rain, I'm pretty sure if Lian didn't know how to play chess, she'd manifest the knowledge out of ether and become a grandmaster in a day simply to avoid having to admit she's cute. Maddie, you know us so well. Let's see. Is it a poster type art that you print later on? This is a digital delivery. So we deliver this to the client. We deliver this to the client as a digital file. All right, I think we're happy with that. We're gonna turn off the palette layer. We're gonna get a signature on this thing. Bipolar? Yeah, so PPT, yeah. I think my mom had bipolar. Thankfully, we haven't run into that issue. I think we have bipolar, but, like, we have, a lot of other neuroses that we have to navigate. Finally made a list of all my art steps so I don't forget them in the future. I hope I didn't miss one. Yeah, sometimes you have to, like, build a routine. And, like, also for ADHD, us specifically, we have a specific combination of ADHD and autism that is, like, especially hard to navigate. So, like, we want routine, but also we find it hard to focus. And, like, there's, like, conflicting urges there. Let's see. Oh, the puppies were an accident. Oh, I see. We have a mix of ADHD, depression, and some other things, so basic tasks are even harder than to just have ADHD to us. Yeah. So, let's see. We are, like, for us, right, we're plural, we have ADHD, we're trans, we have autism, so it's ADHD, we're demi, which has, like, led to some friction in the past. It's hard. And, like, a lot of, like, the last few years has been, like, trying to, like, get a grasp on all of our little neuroses. But, like, thankfully it's worked pretty well. Like, we've figured things out pretty well, and we still struggle with stuff. Don't get me wrong. Things are still hard, but, like, we're actually able to navigate things a little bit easier now. Let's see. We think we have bipolar as well. Could just be other disorders. Yeah. I have an undiagnosed variant of neurodivergence. Yeah, neurodivergence is hard in a world where everyone, like, tries to just force you to be neurotypical. There we go. ADHD is heck on earth for us? Yeah, no. It took us a long time to figure out how to navigate the world with that. If I get super wound up, I can make an amazing progress on so many things. I never realized I pushed myself so far until I'm completely burnt out. Yeah, no, and like, trying to reach that point where you're in a flow state and you're getting a lot of work done, but you're not burning yourself out, I have to imagine that's like really a really hard balance to find when you're dealing with that. The way I got into this was dodging a bullet, which was not good for no reason, but as an Asian, genetic kung fu instincts does work. I do hope you're okay. Alright, I think we're good. I think that's it. Amazing. Aw, thank you so much, Maddie. I'm going to be going ahead and exporting this. Let's see. I need to put this in commissions. We need to do a PNG with the signature, a PNG without. Oh, wait. Commission other work. This one. There we go. Export another. Okay. And then I need a JPEG. I need a JPEG version with the sign. We'll put this down to a 1080p image. There we go. Looks great. We have lots of neurodivergent things, family things. Family thinks we are faking it because they don't understand that a person can have multiple things. Yeah, no. Neurotypical people, especially high mask or people who have neurodivergence and are like masking a lot. They often like attribute your neurodivergence as like a failing on your part, like a moral failing, and that's a hard thing to navigate when so much of the world like treats it like a choice when it's not a choice. It's like your neurodivergence is your brain literally works differently, and you have to like figure out how to cope with that, right? Turn this down a little bit. Here we go. Sometimes I wonder if I have depression or a kind of bipolar that doesn't experience mania. My dad is bipolar. Because, like, would you even know the difference? That's true. Like, there's a lot of, like, different lines of thought that can sometimes get confused together. I hate Lian Q. I think you're wrong. It's so pretty. Thank you. It's hard for me to relax. What I found it to help is chatting with people since conversation feels productive. I also play games like OpenTTD, which feel productive even if it's just a game. Yeah, stuff that like games and things that make you feel productive, especially while you're doing something else. Like if you can like sort of multitask with it, it's a big way to help mask that. And the first part of that when you're chatting with somebody, like that can lead to a doubling effect, Rain. And we discussed last time that doubling is a big thing that helps with stuff like this. I totally didn't use those ribbons for reference images for the ribbons on my new persona design. Yo. Hey, this is just what we've learned, like, in the years, Maddie. If you want to, like, you know, take from that and, like, learn the shapes and stuff, definitely. One of the worst things from autism for me is people wanting to have big conversations while I'm in the state while I have no energy to talk, which goes bad during mealtime. Yeah, no. Neurotypical people expect things to happen a certain way, and then they get mad when, like, your neurodivergence, like, makes it so you can't fulfill it in that way for them. And, like, depending on the person, right? Conversation might be something that drains battery, whereas for others, it recharges battery, right? And sometimes just dealing with certain people can drain battery. All right, let's go ahead and stop the recording. Let's see the time lapse. This is so much fun. Time lapses are great. A normal amount of eye contact. No, you got it, darling. You got it. All Lian's cute? No. The others? Maybe. Maybe. Hard maybe. But not me. I missed my bones and all. Got right through my arm. Aw. I'm a civic responder. Idiot. Enough to be roaming in a live firing protest. Aw. Well, I'm glad you made it here safely today. Gotta do a time lapse at some point. Like, if you're doing it in Krita, you have to turn it on. I forget exactly how, but you can pull down a recorder. You can tell it to record automatically so that it will automatically start doing a time lapse. And then you hit stop and export once you're done to export the time lapse. And that just does it in a way where it's like you don't really have to think about it. You breathe there for a cutie patootie. No, I have a condition where I am breathing without being a cutie patootie. Alrighty, let's get to the hangout screen. While I go ahead and close this file and get that sent out, I want to send this to the client before I forgot. Because that's the thing with ADHD, you have to bear in mind, sometimes you have to, like, follow a track through to its conclusion. Otherwise, you're going to forget it later, and then they're going to be wondering, like, where is it? And we're also going to post this on socials later. Okay. This is complete. Gonna grab... Is that it? Yeah, that's it. I don't know why it didn't show a thumbnail for that one. Upload file. Those two. Verified media. Add the slot back to the service. I need to add emojis to this. Emojis are important. Submit. Oh, right, I gotta do alt text. Let's see. Shark magic. Digital painting of Hammerhead Shark Magical Girl. Building a hammer and wand with flowing rhythm. Magic Girl. Dark Girl. There we go. That should save everything there. Okay. Alright, that takes care of that. That's all delivered. Alright. Let's see. I pretend to make eye contact by looking somewhere on the person's face or close to their face. I never know if it's convincing or not. The secret is most, especially neurotypical folks, are not like paying attention. Because like the thing with neurotypical folks is that they want to operate on everything being automatic, right? They want to navigate things through vibes. So like the only time that they're gonna notice is when things like go off script enough that like they can no longer just like automatically respond based on vibe. So like, yeah, there's a lot of it where it's like once you do like 80 to 90% of the effort, like they're not gonna notice like the last little bit, even though you internally might be like analyzing what you're doing and see all of like the little flaws. But what if I have bad vibes, Lian? What then? Well, then I guess that's like hex. The art looks brilliant, Lian. Thank you. Okay. We're gonna need to be reminded to post that to socials later. Actually, no. Well, it'll be natural for us to post to socials later because we'll have other stuff in the rest of the art stream to do. The fit. And push. I think that takes care of everything. Oh, heck yeah, I got a review back from the client already. They loved it. Heck yeah. Okay. Awesome. Also, hi, Ari boy. There's a super commission. Thank you so much. Alright, let's see. Mind is about to overload. Gotta eat. Hey, if you need to, go eat, Ari boy. Heck yeah. Thank you for dropping by as always. Even if it's just to say hi, I always appreciate when folks drop by. And I appreciate everyone who's lurking and like watching the VODs as well. It is heckin' awesome. Alright, so now that the commission's done, now is the time I think to say, if you've liked the streams before, place a like on the stream. It helps the algorithm stuff a lot. It helps other folks discover us. And if you want to hang out more, there's links in the doobly-doo for the Discord and our other socials. Place your bets, everyone. Is Lian gonna get commissioned during stream? I don't know. Hey, they gave me an extra tip. Awesome. Alrighty, mark as red. Sorry, I'm dealing with a lot of, BGen, behind-the-scenes stuff. Alright. So let's see. Yep, just sharing, because sharing half of the story leads to the wrong side, so I cleared out that ain't no bad guy. Yeah, it's totally understandable, like, Ink Legendary. From what you've expressed, it sounds like, you know, that, like, I'm glad that you're here, that you survived to this point. We're happy to have you. Maddie's Wi-Fi trying not to freeze for 5 minutes challenge if possible. Aw, sorry, Maddie. Let's see. Eye contact is also a bad name, as most often it's not eye contact, it's looking at the face contact. As if you stare at someone's eyes, that could go worse. Yeah, no, like... I think, like, it's more, it's not that you don't do, it's not that, like, as a neurodivergent person that you don't do eye contact. It's that the other person is expecting, who they're talking to be looking at them and, like, doing gestures with their eyes and stuff that they can read. A lot of, like, neurotypical issues when they, like, bring up, like, oh, you don't do eye contact. What they don't realize they actually mean is that I can't read your expressions. Because it's not following the scripts that they're used to following with other neurotypical people. It's weird because as a neurodivergent person, it really feels like neurotypical folks like operate on a sort of like almost robotic back and forth. Like it is obviously more than that, but that's what it feels like to us, right? So it's like, it's weird. And, like, you work outside of that and they get all uncomfy about it. Imagine you get another commission with it in the next half hour. That's usually what they've been doing, is as soon as we finish one commission, they send another one in for the next one. Let's see. Maddie keeps saying she's gonna set up commissions eventually, but keeps backing out because she doesn't think our art is worth actual money. She'll get there, though. Sometimes, girls, you gotta just start, right? And maybe you don't get commissions at first. That's fine. You can have time to, like, practice art on your own. But then if someone decides that they like your art, them commissioning you is them saying, your art is something I want to pay for. How about playing Mecha Chameleon? I have seen people try to play Mecha Chameleon and have it crash their systems. I haven't, like, looked into it much. We have so many other games we need to do. Stuff like small talk use basically being a conversational vibe check. Yeah, no, like, neurotypical folks, like, small talk is another one that, like, seems so pointless to us. Because we like, as autistic people, we answer, like, folks' questions, like, literally, right? We take it seriously, is the better way to put it. So if they ask, how are you doing? Like, we're gonna tell them that, like, oh, like, you know, maybe it's not doing so hot. Maybe we're dealing with some other thing. But, like, really, the answer that they're expecting is, good, you good. Like, they want to go through the like, the ritual of, like, that weird back and forth. And I guess it's, like, some kind of weird, like, conversational lubricant or something. But, it doesn't make sense to us. And so, like, we intentionally don't really... We don't try to force ourselves to, like, adhere to that, right? I can imagine the person who keeps commissioning you is flipping through their pages trying to decide which character they want you to draw next. Possibly. We'll have to check at the end of stream to see if they've sent another commission request in. Alrighty, without further ado, though, I'm gonna open up the stream sketching project. we're gonna get back into it because we have been chatting a while. As much as I absolutely love chatting with y'all, it's time to also put something on screen. All right, let's see here. I can imagine the. Oh yeah, I already read that. All right, so this was was what we ended on last time. Is someone asked us to do. Who was the artist? As soon as I can find my mouse again. This was inspired off of Natalia Goncharova's liturgy paintings. We made a very geometrical Lian. All right, so what we're gonna do this time, our plan that we decided to put forward, or what we decided to do for today, rather, is we decided that we would do an exercise for a value study. So first, I need a reference. There we go. Found something. Good. Shape language, Liam. It's the heckin' geometry, Liam. So, like last time, we had the geometry, Liam. We were asked to draw a Sackboy from Little Big Planet. SF-A2 Mickey, specifically from Flavor Foley's music video for Human. And Flandre Scarlet from Toho. Doing research on personas, I've noticed mine feels bland compared to others, so I'm looking to try to see what spark mine is missing. Sometimes it's just little accessories, little things that, like, you know, imply, like charms or items that they might have to help them throughout their day. For us, specifically, we tend to not go heavy on them, although we have seen some artists do, like, a lot of, like, accessories, stickers, earrings, jewelry, etc. They'll, like, overload things. And that's a different style, too. You don't necessarily have to do a bunch of stuff, though. Alright, so. We want to do value study. So, what any, like, art class would mean when they say value, we're gonna go pretty dark here for our pencil, is, there we go. I should use it, like, not a mechanical pencil for this. Something a little rougher. There we go. So value is referring to the brightness. So obviously, you can either go from a value... Oh! Who did that? Someone went over to the Twitch stream. Okay, hold on. It's not ready for that. We're gonna turn that off. Sorry, we're gonna turn that off. For the YouTube side of things. Okay, but value is a range from, say, 0 to 100. Twitch redeems work when the stream is offline? Yes. But it's gonna refer to minimum to maximum brightness from white to black. So one of the first exercises I want to do... that isn't working too well. It's a bit too much of a hard edge on that. Let's see here. Oh, with this one? The chomps? Usually this one does well. Yeah, there we go. Transgender hurts jump scare. I appreciate you, Lily. I appreciate you checking for us. Alright, first thing I'm gonna do is heckin', I want to do this without using, like, a gradient tool or anything. Because being able to do this, specifically what I'm gonna try to do is make a value, graph from left to right. And I want to try to get the gradient to be as smooth as I can possibly get it without using, like, just an airbrush tool. And I want it to be, like, pure white on the left, black on the right, or as dark as I can make it. We're actually going to restart, and I'm just going to use a pure black color rather than this, like, off black. This is an exercise that can be really important to do. Because, like, you can also, like, color pick, but, like, trying to do things manually, like, helps develop muscle memory and is important. It can also give you, like, a sense of what you need to be doing. You want to do totally pressure sensitivity? Yes. This is the type of exercise that you would do in your sketchbook, right? So, like, on this side, I want it to be, like, completely, like, blacked out. I want to make that transition between the values as smooth as I can possibly make it. This is also why you don't necessarily want to, like, do, like, color picking for, like, choosing colors all the time. Because, like, you want to try to get a sense of, like, how to manage saturation and brightness. Cinema! Transition, trans reference. And yeah, while we're doing this, we're gonna want like requests soon for what to draw. Kinda looks like Malavik is like mourning in the village after a snowstorm. We're not familiar. Yeah, but sketchbooks though, kinda hate them. I mean, for us, drawing digitally has helped a lot. We do draw in a sketchbook as well. And actually, this is a good time to bring this up. If folks haven't followed us on, like, socials, you might not know that we have been posting a bunch of stuff in our sketchbook as well. So, I'm gonna pull up some of our recent sketchbook drawings so y'all can see what we do. Alright, so, this is a lot of our sketchbook stuff, right? This is one of our more recent ones. So recently, we did a set of 3 pieces. And they were for the 3 headmates. We are a plural system. There's 3 of us in this noggin here. This one is mine, Rock/Sybil. I ended up drawing while we were waiting for our laundry to be done. This is pencil, ballpoint pen, and micron fineliner. And then we can show, actually, roses. We actually need to be very careful here, actually, with what we're showing. Let's see. And so, this one is mine. This one took a little bit longer for us to do. But this one is completely pencil and fineliner. We used a little bit of blending torch, here and there. What does Sybil mean? Sybil, so, I'm gonna put it in chat real quick. Sybil is the name of me. I'm one of the headmates. And this picture that we're looking at right now is for me, Rose. Okay, we did this entirely in pencil and fineliner. Folks really enjoyed this one. And then we have mine that I did. This is the most recent one we did. So this one's me, it's Star. I really liked what we managed to do with the perspective tilt there. Yeah, this is what we did in our sketchbook over the past, like, when did we do rocks? The picture for rocks was taken on, like, a couple weeks ago. I didn't see your IG account in the description. We don't have an Instagram. We tried to make one at one point, and then it wanted our ID, and like we're not giving them that. No. When we post stuff, it's usually on Blue Sky, Tumblr, or Fetty. Usually we post to all three. You can look in the Blento in the description. The easiest thing to follow is probably our Blue Sky, honestly. Rose's voice? Not to say you don't... All three have great voices. It just struck me how regal she sounds. Aww! We do, emphasize our voices a little bit, so it's easier for folks to, tell us apart. But I appreciate that so much. Thank you. I ran into the same problem with Instagram. Nobody's getting my ID, especially not Zuckerberg. Yeah, so unfortunately, we don't have an Instagram. We don't plan on making one, but that's how it is, unfortunately. I tend to buy loose sheets and cut to preferred shape as it's cheaper and customizable. Hey, absolutely. That sounds fun, actually. We should do that. Like, one of the things we've been thinking, we're ADHD, so we think about a lot of different things. Our mind is bouncing all over the place. But we kind of want to make stickers. We want to make stickers of, the headmates. And we want to put stickers of ourselves on things. Just for the fun of it. Okay, we are pretty happy, all told, with how this has come out. I think we got the gradient pretty good. So that's the first part of the value study. The second part is we want to do a value sphere. This is also a very good exercise. Honestly, critical. So we're gonna draw a sphere. And we're gonna try to shade it. So I'm just gonna use a circle tool. No, we should try to freehand draw it actually. I'm gonna have an outline at the start just to establish the boundaries. But we want to try to draw a sphere. We're not gonna have it be outlined. We're just gonna try to shade the sphere as best as we can. This exercise is so important for understanding lighting. And just try to like fix the round out the edges a little more here. We don't tend to draw our circles perfectly, but we can usually like morph them into the right shape. And we want to have a little bit more room to work with. There we go. Is it just me or is it the music in reverse or and sounding creepier? This particular track has, like, I think certain samples in reverse. Yeah. Never mind feeling tired, I want to draw. Hey, go for it. Let's see here. I was told my information seemed inaccurate and they wanted an ID to verify the details I gave you. They just wanted your ID and didn't care what they had to say to get it, I think, personally. You know, that particular track is a little scratchy, yeah. I'm sorry, darling. Alright, so the light source is going to be coming from up here. And so, at first, you might think that, like, okay, if the light source is coming from up there, you need to, like, put a shadow on it, right? And that's, like, the basic, like, first step. When you only have, like, 2 values, this is probably what you would end up with. It's a very, very rough approximation of a 3D form. But of course, when you're doing shading in a value study, it's a bit more complicated than that. There's a gradient from where the light hits to where, like, you get down here at the bottom. So we're gonna be putting the highlight, like, here-ish. Chip. Let's see. Let me catch up on chat real quick, actually. I'm behind. I'm sure you'll have abundant free time to make those stickers? Yeah, I'm sure. I had my account suspended after one day. They obviously weren't happy that you didn't give them enough data. Why would anyone ever need accurate info? It's the internet. I mean, half these things get passed because they want to, like, heccin vacuum up all your data, including identifying information. Yeah, sketchbooks are hecka expensive. So, like, in large paper, you can doodle. You can add multiple ideas in a single place, like one sketch up on the side and create and just... You want that? I do that? Hey, absolutely. Let's see. Facebook / Instagram are for real people. Too bad I'm an imaginary cat girl. Yeah, it's for the neurotypicals. Spring rolls have been consumed? Heck yeah. Let's see, are you gonna make it flat or 3D, the sphere? We're gonna try to 3Dify it as much as we can. Alright, so we want to make the transition between the shadowed part less harsh. Because it's gotta be a gradient from one side to the other. Looks like a very shocked eye. Yeah, with the way we have the highlight sitting there, it does, doesn't it? Alrighty, so... I'm gonna make the brush a little bit bigger so I can do these parts in a bit broader strokes. Alright, then we want to get rid of that circle. So it looks a bit less like an eye. Using the bigger brush on this is making this a lot easier, actually. There we go. Let's see. Yesterday I was up in the middle of the night drawing since I want to get my art done. Totally wasn't drawing while my cousin is asleep. Hey, whatever you gotta do, Maddie. Managed to get my best art done yet, so it worked out. You know, you did awesome, Mads. Okay, we do need to get rid of this outline a little bit. Because it needs to be a 3D form, not like with a black outline along the side. There we go. Alrighty, let's see. Pokeball reference? Let's see. It's a bit too dark. Yeah, we're working on pieces of it. One piece at a time. Yeah. Let's see. How did the self-discovery happen with plurality for Miss Lian? We've like we met the first person in our life who was plural like in 2016. They didn't come out to us as being plural until like much later. Like 2021, I want to say. But ever since then, we've been interested in plural people's experiences because there was something to it about it we kind of related with. And so it's something we questioned for a long time. Eventually, the aspects of it that like were really hard to ignore, like how we would have multiple reactions to one event, was such like a common thing for us that like we had to like search ourselves for a while, and we had to realize that like yeah, we were convincing ourselves like imposter syndrome that like we couldn't be, like our experience wasn't like legitimate enough to be plural. But like eventually we came to the realization that like no, it is honest, right? We wouldn't be feeling this way if we were faking it. And so like eventually we ended up like finally kind of accepting ourselves as plural. And once we started doing that, we started like exploring how we feel about things in a lot more detail. And we eventually figured out that there's like 3 of us in here. Generally feeling like somewhat similar ways about certain events, but not exactly the same, right? Okay, so that's a good way to start. Yeah, no, it really wasn't until like last year that we like were finally in a place where we were comfortable enough like exploring our plurality and really coming to terms with it. It was a long process. Like we spent more time questioning being plural than we did questioning what we were if we were trans. Okay, let's see. Background darker. Yeah, that's true. We should make the sphere stand out a little bit. We could do a bit of Lian Cast's background. Having a good mid-tone background usually does pretty well. There we go. This is probably the most exacting we've had to be on one of these drawing exercises. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that they would have you doing in like a beginner drawing class. Alrighty. Let's see. It looks like some kind of pastry now. I want to eat the ball. I have so much work piled up, and it feels like another catch up. Oh, that makes sense, Rain. That does make sense. I gotta start adding like an actual shadow, like it's on a table. Obviously, the shadow is going to be at an angle because the light is at an angle. Alright, so you could, you know, if you're thinking about, if you like think about it for just like a second, like, yeah, you could put just like a flat shadow here. And like, yeah, that reads, but like, there's more detail to it than that you might not initially think of. There's more detail to the shadow. Because like a lot of people would be tempted to just put like a hard circle here and then call it good. And it's understanding little differences and why that's not the case that really like elevates your art to the next level. So at this point we're like managing a fairly convincing 3D effect. Not totally convincing, but fairly convincing. So, what we need to add now is reflections. There's gonna be reflected light. So, like, say the table is the table or the counter this is sitting on. Say that that's white, right? White reflects a lot of light. Light is gonna be traveling down and hitting the table. And then it's gonna bounce back up. Some of it is gonna bounce. Not a lot of it, but some of it's gonna bounce. And go on the underside of the sphere. So, you need to add a reflected light segment. We're doing some heckin' RTX on ray tracing stuff. And this is what I often do, like the color dodge, like rim lighting to imply. Now, obviously, the light that bounces back up is not going to be as bright as the light that's hitting it directly, but it is noticeable. Alright, let's see here. I made my drawing tablet fall down my desk. It's on a little stand and I spooked myself. Oh, I'm sorry, Manny. It's kind of the opposite for us. We realized we were plural a lot quicker than we realized we were trans. Although we came out as trans first. I mean, to be fair, Maddie, you had our example to look at. Yeah. Alright, so perhaps need to still, like, re-darken very slightly the parts that are more so facing away from the light. Is there a high-pitched tone in this song? Well, the song track did just change. Let's see. Looks like a ball with wings for a moment. Yeah, I could see that, actually. Let's see. Hope you're happy right now and doing great. Wishing for more progress and happiness in your life. Thank you. Thank you so much. Alright, let's see. So, like, we have the light source. So, like so. Light source. Have the highlight. There's a mid-tone. We have the foreshadow. Copying this from the reference I'm using. We have reflected light. We have the cast shadow. And now we're missing one part, a reflection of the sphere that does reflect back onto the shadow. Can you add shading to the text and arrows for no reason? Perhaps if I had more time. Depending on how actually like reflective the surface is, there might be a reflection. At the very least, light is bouncing in a certain way. It's not going to be super dramatic, but it does exist. Alright, and then usually shadows that are closer to the things that are casting it have a harsher edge to them. And shadows that are on like a contour edge, or like farther away, will usually have a bit more of a gradual spread to them. There we go. Let's see. I never thought of the shadows being at an angle if the light is at an angle, but that makes sense. Yeah, no. So like, say the light source is coming from up here. It would roughly mean that if you trace the light source, right? Like, it would mean that the light source line, I'm going to use a different color here, just to make it show a bit more. The line of where the light hits will roughly match where the edge of the shadow is. And so from this, you could roughly tell that the light source, the way I've drawn it, is actually like more like up in this region. Which also means I should probably move the highlight slightly to better match where that's actually coming from. because the highlight would be rather, like, centered on that. This is gonna be, like, fairly basic stuff to people who have, like, already been doing art for years, but, like, even if you've already been doing art for years, this is important to, like, refresh on every once in a while, which is why I'm doing this. Let's see. That's my favorite part, adding the reflected part, which makes the whole thing pop. Yeah. Also, hi, T-Artsy. It's nice to see you in chat. I don't believe I've seen your name before. Like how the moon reflects the light from the sun onto the earth? Yes, exactly, Maddie. That's reflected light. Tasty orb. Let's see. A thing that made drawing my most recent art easier is because I had a very clear idea where the light was coming from. Yes. You want to establish a light source, or if there's multiple light sources, you want to keep an idea of where the different light sources are coming from. I should pull up a different art piece that I did, where we had multiple light sources, and there were multiple colored lights too. So, for folks that might not remember, I just saw your messages, babe. Thank you. Aww. For those that might not remember, we played Lies of P a while back. And we made a thumbnail for it. So, if we pull up the thumbnail for Lies of P, for this, we had multiple light sources, right? We had a general, like, red glow coming from the left. And you can see we tried to place highlights on the hair, pointed towards the left, that were more, like, reddened, right? And you can see that reflected in most of our design decisions. Now, this is a fairly rough piece by comparison. But then, besides the red light on the left, we had the lightning arm that was casting more of a blue light. And so we had blue highlights reflecting in places where the light was coming from the arm. You can see all the highlights that are blue point towards the arm. This is what keeping track of multiple light sources is where you start getting like a lot of real like magic happening. And multiple light sources can be awesome. Yeah, that's an easy way to start adding a bunch of like 3D feel to your art is if you keep in mind where the light source is coming from. And make all the shadows and lighting match where that light source is coming from. Like the last piece we did just now, if we open back up what we just finished earlier. The character's name was Cestus. Yeah. So generally, we had the light coming from the top left, and so the shadows were all leaning on the bottom right of everything. And that's what adds to a lot of that 3D effect, right? Alright, so, like, we could sit here and keep rendering the sphere and get it so that it's, like, a perfect, like, gradual shading sphere from beginning to end. But I think we hit the ideas that we wanted to hit. This was more just an exercise just to get, like, the idea, like, cemented in our heads. Using value is important. Alright, let me change back to the Hangout screen for a bit. We'll catch up a little bit, and then we'll move on to requests. Let's see. Maybe you should try Willow Charcoal, Lian. It's like drawing in a drawing tablet, but on paper. Like you can erase it with a gentle swipe of your hand off the paper. Never heard of Willow Charcoal. That's worth bearing in mind, yeah. We do need to drop by our art supply store soon. We need to get more fixative for our physical drawings. For those that don't know, whenever you have a sketchbook and if you do a lot of graphite drawings, like with pencils, pencils have graphite in them. That's what pencil lead is. If you don't protect it, and you close the sketchbook, sometimes the pages can rub together and it'll smudge everything. So if you're doing traditional media, and especially if things are being kept in a sketchbook, you might want to buy, it's like a spray can of fixative. It helps like create a little barrier. Once you're done with the piece, you put fixative on it and it'll protect it in the sketchbook. Once you've sprayed the fixative, though, the piece is done. You're probably not like adjusting it after that. Let's see. I remember when I was arting yesterday and I had a moment of cognitive dissonance where I stopped and thought to myself, how does one shade a star? Right? It's something that, like, unless you art, you don't really think of, right? And even, like, us in our recent pieces, we're figuring out better ways to do it. And we saw art recently from a cartoon that did it a different way that we want to try now. Like, to try to, like, make it work, right? We're constantly learning new little tricks and stuff. Trying to download Krita with the limited internet time on my computer. Hope I succeed. Best of luck, Manny. So it's more of a loose sketch, which you outline, just like in a digital sketch with paper. It's quite helpful with your drawing style, as pencil is rather harder to erase. Maybe you might like it. You know, we have we have a range of pencils. For those that don't know, usually if you think of just like a regular pencil that you use for school, that's usually a number 2 pencil. That refers to like the amount of like clay in the graphite. More clay, if I recall correctly, I think more clay makes for a lighter pencil. And so like it goes to H, at like the levels of H, which is like lighter, and then you go to B. You have B1, B2, B3, B4, etc. Usually the darkest pencil there is like a B6. And we use that quite a lot for a lot of high contrast stuff. But like drawing with like a B6 pencil is like, that's pretty close to drawing in pen. It's really hard to erase that. So like you have to be pretty sure that's what you want to be doing. So we usually outline in lighter pencils and then come back once we have everything, all the construction done, we have all the line work put down. We'll go in after the fact and use our darker pencils to like put shading on everything, usually. You pulled out the Liza P thumbnail pretty quick. Do you have it on standby in case someone asks for example? No, we just have our art organized. We have a folder with all of our art. All of our content creation stuff is in one folder. All of our commission stuff is in another folder. Art that I do for myself is in a different one. So like, yeah, we just have our art organized. And whenever we think of something to show, we can usually like navigate our folder real quick to find what we're thinking of, right? So like for the Liza P thumbnail, I just had to like open our file explorer real quick and then like go to the content creation section to the Liza P folder, right? Organization helps a lot with ADHD, folks. Let's see. Even though Miss Lian is cute, she cannot be possibly any cooler. Oh my gosh. Technically, I had 2 light sources in my last art, but they were both coming from the same place. In that case, you could functionally treat it as like one light source. Yeah. If you do have questions about traditional art stuff, you know, you can ask me. I've experienced in every media. It goes up to 14B. You know, usually the sets that we have only go up to 6. I do know that there's others, but it's just what we're used to is the range. Yeah. You know, there's definitely different medias, and like it can go more extreme. We just haven't seen that in our supply stores. Let's see. Doesn't plan on using pens or pencils, but still noted. Hey, there's some aspects of drawing and like muscle memory that you get a lot better from doing it traditionally. The thing between traditional and digital is that they're just different. One is not better than the other, they're just different. There are things that you can learn from digital that are harder to learn on traditional, and vice versa. There's things on traditional that are harder to learn on digital. And sometimes, like, there's a lot of skills that you can learn on one that will then transfer to the other one. Let's see. Trying to think of a suggestion, but it seems like Lian would actually be interested. That seems like something Lian would actually be interested in drawing. We don't mind drawing pretty much anything. It just, as long as it's, like, you know, within YouTube TOS, like, that's really the only, like, thing we want to keep in mind. Let's see. Looks at my relatively organized bookmarks at 500 items. Yeah. On organization? Yeah. My undo button is too precious. Hey. The traditional version of Control-Z is the eraser. I know that's not what you mean, but, like, working with that at least a few times might actually help a lot with, like, your digital work. Alright, so I don't think I saw any, like, requests quite yet. If anyone has anything that they would like to request us to draw, we'll take, like, probably about 4 suggestions, probably. And we'll make the rest of the day about, like, quickly sketching those things. I think, though, while we wait for folks to, have those, like, come in, we're gonna take a little bit of a break so we can, like, rest our voice a little bit and refill our drink and whatnot. We will. I'll BRB. Alrighty. We've returned. We probably have some fun facts with Maddie and some suggestions. Alright, let's see. Let's see, I see one for... Oh, we have another Toho character from Maddie. Okay. Let's see. Hina Mantra. Toho. Maybe my girly Mayday Parker. One of your OCs, Sin? Absolutely. If you could just, like, point me to a reference, I would appreciate that. Oh, Matara. Okay. There we go. Request, Yuri Doodle of Aubrey and Kim. Okay, yeah. Let's see, and then... fun facts with Maddie. Let me scan through to make sure there's not another request sitting in the wings. Okay, I don't see a fourth request quite yet. If we have one more from somewhere, I'll go ahead and note it down. Alright, so we have fun facts with Maddie. Fun fact number 1, a strawberry isn't a berry, it's a fruit. Specifically, an aggregate accessory fruit. In contrast, bananas aren't fruit, they're classified as berries. Again, we love backwards, like, labeling. Or things that are intuitively backwards, but, like, logically sound. Fun fact number 2, meat honey exists for some reason. The vulture bee is a bee that feasts on the rotting flesh and uses the bacteria in their gut to turn the carrion into a protein-rich honey. Not related to the fun fact, but, like, for the longest time, we thought that, things like honey mustard or honey barbecue, we thought that that was just figurative labeling, that it was, like, some kind of abstract. We actually couldn't imagine putting something sweet with, like, a meat product. It just didn't make sense to us. It didn't seem like it would be all that... It just didn't seem like it would be all that tasty. But then we realized later, like, oh, yeah, that's actually quite literal. And people do that all the time. And it's like, oh, that's not just figurative. Okay. Yeah, no, we don't, we don't eat sweets with our, on top of our, like, meats, like, at all. Because it's like, that just, those feel like, at least for us, it feels like trying to combine, like, ice cream and ketchup. Let's see, fun fact number 3. Total population isn't 100% accurate. It's calculated by very smart people, but then the number is 2 to 3% off. You know, it's always like, projected data based on a sample size. Yeah. Let's see. I love how the fun facts range from smiling face, shocked face, to surprised face. And I also add a fun fact. Vladimir Mayakovsky, one of the most notable Soviet communist poets, is a puppet boy. He wrote personal letters to his wife where he drew... Oh, Puppy Boy. Where he drew and referred to himself as a puppy. Oh my gosh. Old world puppy boy. Sometimes you really do be a puppy, I guess. Heckin' Victorian age furry. She isn't an OC, but if you specifically want to draw one of my versions of her, then I'll post in the Discord. Okay, let's see. Where is Mayday Parker? I can search this up then. I thought it was I thought it was an OC at first. Oh. Get there. One of the Spider Girls? Okay. Okay. We've never drawn anything from the Spider-Man universe. Interesting, okay. Puppy boy? No. Puppy comrade. Let's see. I'm liking some of the references I'm seeing for her. We're gonna have to combine some references for that one. Okay. How much reference is needed for a request? As long as I can get, like, some idea of what the character looks like. You did request Roddy Tops from Shantae. Okay, okay. There's a request made just above mine? I hope I didn't miss it. Ugh. But I might just add Roddy Tops. Then. I swear I know how to make requests other than Yuri, trust? But, Manny, consider. You're talking with a Yuri lover. Alright, let's see here. I tried pineapple on pizza so I could have an opinion on it, and honestly it wasn't as bad as I expected, or bad at all. Mid to, like, good, I'd say, from only trying it once. To be fair, we are weird on pizza. Because we don't eat pizza. Makes me wonder who the first furry was. Okay. Okay, so I think we have our requests for the day. We have Okina Matara from Toho, Mayday Parker, Aubrey and Kim from Amori, and Roddy Tops from Shantae. These are going to be very loose sketches. Let's make a new layer. I'm going to make sure we swap back to the drawing screen. Yep. And do. Alright, so we're going to start with the Toho character. Let's see. Okina Matara. Whomstative is this character? Got multiple names and roles who rules over the land of the back door. She has remained out of sight for some time until the events of Hidden Star in 4 seasons. Maintains the balance of Gensokyo as one of the sages of Gensokyo who created Gensokyo. Let's see. Okay. Wheelchair. Oh. Alrighty. Okay. I kind of want to include the wheelchair. Alright. I think we got it. Okay. Let's see, Okina is a very important character. She has a few titles. God of Obstacles, Protector of Tendai Buddhism, God of Plagues and Catastrophes, God of Performing Arts and Protective Deity of Backstage, God of Fate, God of Lucid Dreaming, God of Soul Breeding, God of No Preferences, God of Stars, God of Backdoor, Earth Mother Goddess, God of Secrets, God of Outcasts, and Absolute and Ultimate Secret God and Sage of Gensokyo. That's a lot of titles. Let's see, I do have the screen on the right window, right? Okay, good. Let's see. Let's see. Okina is based on like 50 different historical and mythical figures from a ton of different religions. All the characters she's based on is an individual identity of hers. Oh. Interesting. Let's see. Have you used Procreate before? I have not. I have heard of it. I haven't really looked into it. Krita served my needs well enough. I've tried Photoshop, I've tried Clip Studio Paint, and Krita, and so far, Krita has treated me the best. Each identity is a different god humans pray to, which allows Okina to gain a metric ton of faith, which is one of the reasons why she's so strong. The game Okina was in, she used her power to drastically supercharge the seasons so they all exist at the same time, which caused a ton of problems. Oh dear. Yeah. This is literally just so she could lure out people with potentials so she could replace her servants. I see. I've seen some artists use it, but for me, use Procreate, I think is what we're talking about here. But for me, let's see. Smell of turpentine is a different kind of fun. Oh, I see. Yeah, some folks just like to use like traditional stuff a bit more often. There we go. And the thing is, the main characters physically couldn't beat Okina in their first fight, since one of Okina's abilities is to open the back door on people and alter their life energy, power, and vitality. I'm gonna be real, Maddie. This really does read like one of those when you find like a Wikipedia page on like a deity, and it's like they have like heckin' like 20 different things that they govern over. Just literally personification of that. Yeah, sounds about right. Just kidding. Actually, when you are stuck to oil painting, the way it sucks money, I can't afford to move on to digital stuff. Yeah, no, we want to do more physical things, but like we just haven't really had the money for it, really. Also, you know, you're screwed when a disabled person stands up from their wheelchair. Right. Krita will finish downloading next year, I think. Oh, sorry, man. Ah! Someday, the prophesized Krita will arrive at Maddie's computer. Waiting for the great install event. Okina isn't canonically disabled, although she was originally going to be. She just used a wheelchair since she can't be bothered to walk, and yes, she flies in her wheelchair. I mean, sometimes it's just easier that way, right? Sometimes you can't be bothered to walk. Unfortunately, uh, I wish I could say that at our work, but letter carrier, we have to walk all the time. Although I will say it has kept us very healthy. We often get like 20,000 steps in a day. Yeah, we work as a letter carrier, so we're walking literally all day. So we usually get 20,000 steps in a day. Actually, I want to get this to look a little bit more sketchy. We'll just turn it blue. That's like a 20-kilometer walk daily. What's that in miles? It's like divide by 1.6. That's got to be something like a 14-ish mile. Yeah, that sounds about right. You know, it really depends on the route, but like, yeah, there's some routes where I end up walking that much. Yeah. The Krita is halfway downloaded? Yo! We're so back! Funnily enough, Okina originally had black hair, but dyed it when she was young, and now she's stuck like that. I mean, when you have the power to. Like, why not, right? Temporary hair dye was a lie. I wish I could get permanent hair dye. Uh, Ink Legendary 30s. That's as specific as I'm gonna get. We found out when Zun was asked what Okina's biggest regret was. Turns out her biggest regret was dyeing her hair. Wouldn't she be able to dye her hair back, though? Like, I'm confused. That's right, I thought since she's literally the third strongest character in the series, but nope, hair dye is her weakness apparently. Just defeat her with hair dye then, I guess. This has been your Maddie info dump session about Toho. So Mary Suko. I find it really funny that how Okina had her strongest identity sealed away by the Lunarians. You'd think letting that happen would be her biggest regret, but no, hair dye. Priorities, Maddie, priorities. Aesthetic is important. Heckin' Supergirl. Oh. It's only because we walk that much, like, for our day job, really. If we didn't have that as a job, we wouldn't be as used to walking as we are. But yeah, we've done a lot of work. Thank you. That is very kind. Everyone hates the Lunarians? Not a single character in the series that isn't a Lunarian themselves or on the Lunarian side? Oh, I see. I think I'm in my 20s. I've really lost hope of living farther. Oh. I mean, everybody says this, but like, it does get better. And the only way that, you know, you can really like work towards like more is if, well, you do work towards it. Sometimes it can feel hopeless, but like, sometimes you have to just make it happen. We all have to deal with a lot in our lives. But the only way that like you make it to like, you know, getting what you eventually want is by working, by making the effort to make things happen. Even when it seems like very dire. Give you the encouragement, of course. I can't promise it will suddenly become easy, but there's only one way to eventually make it so. It's just like, you gotta try, and that's really like the long and short of it. Basically, the Lunarians are a super xenophobic race of super beings that were once human who live on the moon. Yeah, there were Lunarians, they use that name in Final Fantasy IV as well. They are completely obsessed with purity and hate Earth. I see, I see. So the Lunarians of Toho fame are more antagonistic. It's kind of like a heckin' Symphogear. Almost. Alright, I think we're there. Funny how the Lunarians have screwed up so much that the three strongest characters have it out for them. They shot Junko's son, shot one of Keisha's stars, and sealed away one of Okina's identities. Oh my. They're really just making enemies left and right. Alright, Maddie, what do you think? We have ourselves an Okina. Looks looking great. Heck yeah. Krita is all downloaded, just waiting for it to open. Yo. It's cool, thank you. I'm quite happy with how this turned out. I like lore dumping. Hey, the heckin' neurodivergent handshake there. Info dumps are awesome. Alrighty. Slowly learning Toho lore one character at a time. Same here, same here. We don't have a lot of exposure to Toho, but we're certainly getting a lot of it through Maddie's drawing requests. Alright, so next one. We want a Mayday Parker. Let's see here. Doing ourselves a Spider-Girl. Ah, we have to choose a pose. Let's see, I think we have a pose in mind. Tasty, tasty lore. Love this drawing? Heck yeah, thank you. Yay, Spider-Girl, I say, playing Spider-Man 2 next to my Spidey cosplay. Yo. Alright, getting in one of these dramatic poses that they do is gonna be interesting. Maybe perchopsibly a bit of a challenge. We're gonna match the style. We really gotta do more like the egg shape on the head. Yeah, the spider folk tend to do very bone-breaking poses that leave my nurse stepmom very confused. Yeah. I mean, isn't that like comic books in general, though? We definitely need to learn our anatomy a lot better, though. Let's see. Oh, I see. Okay. Like a cuff thing going on. I am not familiar with this character, so we're learning on the fly. Yeah, but it's most present with the spider folks since they're most agile characters. Yeah, that does make sense. I'm looking at some of these references and like, you know, we're seeing some classic comic bookifying of like proportions for sure. Alrighty, so recently we've learned an interesting way to like build out the hand that's been helping us a ton. Stuff like this. There we go. Reminded me of those days when you'd have really slow internet, you download a large app and it doesn't open at all, it crashes. Oof, what a pain. Yeah, I don't, like, miss the heckin' dial-up days. Slept for how long? I hope you at least were able to have a good rest. I should actually turn this head upwards. There we go. Let's see. If it's contorted around that way, then I would put the ball of the foot on the inside. Okay. You sitting here trying to remember how anatomy works. Is that... maybe squish that in a little. That should work better in this perspective. There we go. Maybe what? Aww. There we go. Hi there. I hope the day is treating you well. Finding myself liking Mayday more than her father? I'm actually not aware. Is Mayday... Who's Mayday's father? Not something we've really kept up with. Let's see. Peter Parker had made... Oh! Alright, there we go. Okay, I think we got the structure all set up. Already hydrated? Can't double hydrate? That sounds like quitter talk. Okay, oh boy, the whole pattern thing. I think I'll do the shading first, and then add the pattern afterwards. Pattern is gonna be a joy to add. Gonna be something. Oh, these references use pretty heavy use of rim lighting. The pattern is actually a lot easier when you get in the rhythm with my experience, or at least anything better than what MCU adds. I suppose that's fair. We just didn't feel like trying to shade around the pattern since we're doing everything in one layer for these. The shading is actually very light. Huh. Contrast is much lower than I would have thought. Interesting. Okay. Interesting where they do and don't have the actual spider pattern on her costumes. Not where we're used to. Although obviously we're most often used to the way they do it for Spider-Man. Maybe was nice. Ah. I find characters with bodysuits are good to use as reference images for specific poses, since you can see how the body parts are shaped. No, they do very much like it's very much a chance to do anatomy study. Yeah. Yeah, Melody actually wears the suit Ben Riley wore as Spider-Man during his run. Oh. Of course they make the heckin' spider sigil, like, heckin' squeeze in between her chest there. I guess it's a good way to accentuate things. Okay, I think we figured out where each of the pieces go. Okay. These have some very specific shading patterns. It's interesting. Also, the logo is meant to be the same color as her arms and pants. This isn't shown much because of the shading, but it's the same color. Yeah, we are seeing that. We are seeing that. Yeah. Honestly, I find it to be a very interesting design. And that's not just because we're generally attracted to women. I did say women, not her specifically. We're Demi, so there'd have to be a bond first. Okay. At least in this style, the shoes are done very dark. You know, for trying to, like, kind of build a pose, that worked out pretty good, actually. I'm rather proud of that one. Have you ever thought of creating prints of your art? They look quite stunning. Aw, that's so kind. We haven't yet, although, I don't know, I guess maybe we should. We have a lot of stuff that we, like, could do prints of. We made a bunch of prints just for our own decoration. Looks awesome. Aw. Urge to eat my art. Oh. I I guess the art would be high in fiber, depending on what format you consume it in. One calorie per pixel? Okay, never mind. That would actually be very, very calorie dense. Surely you should. Like for popular characters and stunning pieces, they sell like hotcakes. Aww. For chomps, we should. Maybe do like a finished piece every now and then of something. I guess, yeah. Aw. That's incredibly kind. Okay. Eat the photons from the image. It would probably take a lot of photons to get filled then. Probably be good for a little while. Okay, I think the only thing we're missing at this point is the way they do the lighting. There we go. Then a very sharp rim light. Ironically, I'm arachnophobic. Aw, that is kind of funny, actually. Not to make light of it, but after as much like Spider-Man stuff we've seen from you, that's kind of funny. Let's see. You should get some poster grade prints of one of your favorite pieces and list them on Etsy, and so also get a chance to equal your on your art visuals the print itself. Oh. Person with experience in art print business could really guide you through. Oh. Probably. There was an interesting history there at the blue parts of Spidey's costume and why they're shaded as they are. You know, we haven't like looked much as far as like the comic scene is concerned, but like it's really interesting to see. We would like be interested from an art perspective for sure. Let's see. They're easier to look at when their eyes are big ovals instead of tiny beads. Also, they lack the teeth. Right, yeah. I suppose that makes sense. Okay, I think that's our Mayday Parker. Comics don't tend to usually shade blue like they do specifically Spider-Man's blue is, because he was originally red and black. And the blue was used to shade black back in the day. Right, right. And like, I think nowadays that like works for like modern art conventions. You usually don't want to shade with like just white or black. You want to use some like off color to shade with usually. It's been made by a pretty and cute artist. Not accepting the cute allegation. Gosh. Okay, let's see here. But this led to a massive Mandela effect, and our people assumed that he just is a very shiny blue fabric. Oh my gosh. Second Mandela effect. I can't believe it. Oh, thank you. We should render these, actually. Or get these exported, rather. Alright, let's see here. There's the value study. Get the Okina exported. And now the Mayday Parker. There we go. All those are exported. Ah. We just caught up on your messages, Lily. Ah. Okay. Now we want to do Aubrey and Kim from Amori. See. Let's see. We're gonna need a second to think of something to do. So we're gonna go to the restroom real quick, and then we will return to do the other couple sketches. Ah! Okay. We have an idea what we wanted to do. Okay. So, get pencil. Not cute, Lian! That has not been determined yet. Conditions still need to be filled. I did a hink. Background first. We had a concept brew. Missing poster? No. Not missing. No, not cute. Everyone except me. Just accept it. Never. Uh-uh. Lily, uh-uh. You're being pinned to see to no. Nuh-uh. Not cute noises. No. But I'm not cute. Yeah. Gosh. Best Lian experience. No. Uh-uh. Well, Lian, I don't want to leave you stream, but I'm feeling quite sleepy. It's like 2 a.m. here, barely lifting my eyelids. I'm gonna go now. Join your stream later. Take care. Thank you for dropping by, Ink Legendary. It was fantastic having you here. Hope you have a wonderful rest. Yeah. She may be perfect, but like, still not cute. I am still not cute, rather. No, very cute too. Yeah. I'm not cute as Patoot. What the heck? Uh-uh. Like a sim. Oh my gosh. I don't know how they managed to do the expressions the way they do without, like, half covering one of the eyes without it looking crazy. I suppose like that. Oh my gosh, lay beans. Lay beans. I know this is probably a bit more of a distant shot than you might have been imagining at first, but like we had this idea and we wanted to see it realized. We're wondering if it's readable where in the game this is supposed to be. I think how the Roman guy drank a bit of poison every day to build up resistance to it. When the castle got invaded, he couldn't off himself by drinking poison, so he was killed. Oh, rip. Looks so cool. Aw, I'm glad you enjoyed. There we go. I There's a very quick one, but I think we got it. Just wanted to do one by little lakeside. The pond thingy. Lesbians for the win. Yes. That's pretty cute. Aw. Heck yeah. Alright. I wanted to keep up with the heckin' photo motif with the game. Excited for Subnautica? Heck yeah! Hi, Jeff Job! We're pretty happy at this one. I didn't get to delve as much into the Amori style, but like I think the scene was very fitting. Why? Couldn't you resist sleeping cute voice? But did you? What the heck? Alrighty, we have one more. Roddy Tops. Roddy Tops from Shantae. Boomst is this? Oh! Oh. I see, okay. Well, she's cute. Gonna be a quick strum today? We'll work a little bit on our Deltarune thumbnail. Roddy Time, she's awesome? Oh, we haven't played the Shantae games, but they honestly, they seem so gender. Oh, there's so many good poses. What the heck? Oh, we ought to play these games at some point, cause like, oh. Yeah, that's gender. She's a zombie, right? Yeah. At least the one we're seeing is, yeah. Let's see. Just trying to think of how to pose this so that we're doing something different with it. Shantae in The Pirate's Curse is one of my favorite platformers ever. Half Genie Hero is also pretty cool. Seven Sirens is, though, is pretty bad. Do not recommend that one. I mean, when you recommend games to us, we are often, like, opt to play, like, the whole series of a game. Even ones that are, quote, bad. Because, like, we've often found things to love, even in games that are pretty universally, like, accepted to be, like, black sheep of the series. Ah, trying to. This really needs a good pose. Just start scribbling something, even if I end up changing my mind. Okay, I think I maybe have something. I remember liking the design of the main character for a couple reasons. I mean, I can guess those reasons. Innocent whistling? I don't think it's gonna be innocent whistling, if we're gonna be real, Maddie. Couldn't possibly imagine why. Let's see. The Shantae series is popular with the girl likers? Can't confirm, am a girl liker. I haven't even played the games yet, but like, I'm into it. For sure. Oddly enough, I don't really feel any sort of attraction to Shantae characters. I genuinely like it for gameplay reasons. I guess I'm not that enough. Should also take a break. You've been staring at the screen for like 4 hours. I'm doing okay, although I do appreciate the concern. We did get a walk around a couple times. I need to bring up the face a little bit. Been craving midnight snacks now? We're definitely weak to midnight snacking. It's weird. We're often not really hungry per se, but like we are very weak to snacks. Yum. I'm testing Creative Brush and I'm so overwhelmed. Aw. I hope it's positive. My goodness. Characters in this game seem to have hips that could shatter concrete. They really do. And, gender, yeah. Hmm. The Benui's activated. Yeah, no, I know Lily and I are both into this, like, this kind of design. I think Addie's found her game. For real, I'm gonna go now. Bye, everyone. Take care. Take care, Ink Legendary. Have a good rest. The drawing is so slay. I mean, the character is, honestly. This is such a good style. Shantae is one of those games that every time I see art from it, like, I kind of, like, I'm really into it, and I'm like, I should play these, and then I forget about it. Again, amazingly gender designed, though, especially on this one. It's a 2D Metrovania about Shantae, a half genie who saves her town from the bad guys in a dumb mayor. Roddy Tops looks really good. Honestly, the Shantae games might need to go on the never-ending backlog. I would kind of be interested in doing a thumbnail of ourselves in this style. I love how I can manage to make big ears like that look like actually insanely cute. Fucking wild. The never-ending backlog. How to convince an ad game to her backlog. Step 1, girl. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, profit. I mean, I can't deny this. You're also talking about someone who, or you're also talking about Star here, who is hyper lesbian. Yeah. If that's the case, Ones and Zeros, maybe she should see Empress from A Hat in Time, I guess. I don't know, and that game is really simpler the MHO. Toho has 160 plus girls. Okay, so, in big bold letters in the backlog list, just Toho. No further specification. Okay, but this character is, like, insanely cute. What the heck? Gonna start ranking games in the backlog by how many girls are in them. I mean... Look, Lily and I were just, like, yesterday sharing a video about drawing short stacks. Appeal to lesbianism. Okay, this is kind of like a cell shading. There's not really any gradients to this. Those remind me of Etna. This be Yuri? It perchomps. Looking forward to playing this guy again? Heck yeah. Glad that you're enjoying the game, definitely. We're quite fond of it, too. Maddie, when a game has women. Completely fair, though. I'll be real. Why is Ronnie Top so gender? Oh my gosh. Maddie, a game for women. I stayed for the game and women. Oh my gosh. Girl after my own heart, Mads. Local lesbian mind blown by discovery of a woman. I'm giggling so much for a certain reason that I won't disclose. Rude, man. You're leaving us in suspense here. Gosh. Why is she so gender? Right? You see it too, Mads. I think part of it is the confidence. You're not pretty great. Ronnie looks cool. Very sassy. Yeah. I'm seeing so many references that all seem so gender. Oh my gosh. No, this is a treasure trove. I feel like I accidentally unleashed lesbians Pandora's box. You may have. All the lesbians in the chat activated, including the one drawing. Well, it's like we're omni, but like a lot of our focus is, or a lot of our attraction is towards women, even if we're open to others. Okay, we're pretty happy with that. me sipping my air, not getting the appeal. That's fine, Butter. It's honestly fine if you aren't like infected by the same bug we are. When the girl is so girl that Lian forgets she's not a lesbian. Yeah. Look, there's certain folks that come up that like, you know, they really do make me forget that I'm not quite lesbian. Oh my gosh. Fucking oh darling. Oh my gosh. I gotta send really a sticker back. There we go. Add that to deep fryer theory? Okay, yeah, we'll add that one to deep fryer theory. Maddie is about to jump through your screen like a Mario 64 painting. Alrighty. How am I feeling? Honestly, oh, I might be crashing here in a second. Alrighty, let's see here. Yeah, given the time, I think I might need to take advantage of like a little bit more rest time before raid. So yeah, we're pretty happy with our arrangement today. We have our Rowdy Tops. We have a Kim and Aubrey photo. A Mayday Parker. And Okina... what is it? Matara? Matara, yes. Pretty happy with that turn of events. We are gonna go ahead and get those posted on socials when we get closed out with stream today. And then we are gonna go just a teensy bit early. We're gonna try to sneak in a little bit of a maintenance rest before we go to raid, and then we'll start. I think that we're gonna try to do a stream on Sunday. It's gonna depend on how much we get done by then. All your art was really good. Oh, thank you, Mads. What could have been to get that reaction out of Lian? You'll have to leave it up to your imagination for that one. Alrighty. Let's go hang out for a bit. We are going to swap back here. We're going to be closing things out. So, if y'all enjoy the stream, thank you so much for watching me do art. It is so much fun every time. Remember to put a like on the stream. It helps us a ton. And then check the doobly-doo for links to Discord and the socials. Oh, they sent a 6-7 joke. I mean, she sent a kind of say Savinwin. You know, we'll definitely, I think we'll take advantage of having like a little bit of extra time. We gotta heckin' recharge our batteries. Getting that commission off our plate was huge. Which reminds me, I gotta check something. Gotta check VGen. Which, by the way, if y'all want me to draw a finished piece like we started the stream with, I am on VGen. So if you want a commission, the link is in the doobly-doo along with all the socials. Maddie says like and subscribe or she'll put duct tape all over your body so you have to individually peel off each strip manually. Oh dear. That sounds like a very bad kind of epilation. Fucking cursed waxing. Thank you for stream. Thank you for dropping by as always, everybody. Oh my gosh, it is so much fun every time. That said, we did expend a lot of battery doing today, as productive as it was. So, we're gonna thank you all for joining us as always. Keep a lookout for a stream announcement for Sunday. It really depends on how much we get done. It may be another art stream. It may be a day off while we catch up on things. Or it might be starting Deltarune if we got things, like, set up in time. Who knows? I unfortunately won't be able to make a determination until, we get closer to the day. It's not a threat, it's a promise. We love it here. Oh, we're very thankful that you came and joined us as always, floating away today. Thank you so much. If y'all are looking for somewhere else to hang out, we have someone, we've been following who's apparently playing Inscription, Queen of Dance. If you could, like, hop over and say hi, that'd be wonderful. But we're gonna close things out today. Thank you so much. Keep an eye out for an announcement in the Discord. If it's gonna be Deltarune, what chapter is it gonna be? Chapter 5. We have completed chapters 1 through 4 already. We're just going back for chapter 5. Thank you for the... Allegedly! Conditionally! Conditionally! Alright, y'all take care, and bye-bye!